Decom. Post time.
Steve, Trent, now! Shut the camera off!
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good afternoon and welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park. Good shot of the track records. B2B, trained by Jason Hughes, equaled the track record put up by Sintra there last 2 Old Home weeks ago. But Jason Hughes, finalist for O'Brien Award for horsemanship. A lot of stir around the track regarding the O'Brien Awards coming up next weekend here in Charlottetown. It should be a great weekend. Going to be a great afternoon of racing today. We got a baker's dozen for you this afternoon. Our feature comes up in race 12, highlighting that talented field on the outside is Roll with Hottie Toddy. Can he make it 4 in a row? I mentioned in the post-time picks, they're running out of ways to beat this guy. He's won from 3 different kinds of trips in his last 3 outings on the front, out of the 2-hole, and from off the pace. So he has post 5 here today. Heffernan's got lots of options to choose from in his arsenal, and I think he's going to get the job done to get again. Right to his left is Mantario from post 4. Blood Money is post 3. Laugh Again, Hanover raced well last week. He is post 2, and Burnout Hanover has the pole position for Brady Sweet. It's a field of 5. It comes up in race 12. We also have the top mares in the card today, so it's going to be a great afternoon of racing. For all today's program and equipment changes, let's send it upstairs to the man that's going to call all the action, Mr. Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Kurt, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park. For today's racing program, event number 79 of the meeting, fast track conditions. There's no variant. It's minus 2 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Dylan Elaine and Mr. Derek Fallon. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 5, Azure Beach, going from blinkers to blind bridle. Number 6, Pineapple Express, has been scratched. Race 1, scratch the 6th entry, Pineapple Express. Next change, turn your program to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 1, Lock Her Up, going from open to blind bridle. Turning over to race number 8, the number 4 entry, Big Boy Hill, will go from an open bridle with cheek rolls to a Swedish blind bridle. The final change is in the afternoon's final race. That's number 13 today. In race 13, there will be no 20-cent superfecta wagering, but there will be a 20-cent super high 5 wagering available. No superfecta in the 13th. Add the 20-cent super high 5. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time in today's racing program. The Par Mutual window's open and selling. First race goes to post at 12:30, leaving you 24 minutes to make your first race decisions.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq, is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Today we have a Baker's Dozen on tap for you. 13 races. Feature comes up in race number 12, and I thought we'd put the spotlight on race number 8. A horse who had a really good acclimating mile last week. That is Nassau Hanover. He is a pole position for trainer David Dowling. He had the rail last week as well. He got a nice 2-hole ride, but coming to the 3/4 pole, he's going to get the old shuffle back to the back of the bus, and then he's going to have to angle out and make up some ground late in the mile. So let's take a look at that replay from last week. Keep an eye on the horse in the 2-hole, David Dowling, the 1 aboard Nassau Hanover.
96, 3 in, 3 out, and they're halfway home. New leader on the outside. Outrageous Show. Woodmere Sheldon has the cone second. Third up the rail. Nassau Hanover 59 and 1 was the half. Racing fourth on the outside is Popularity. Redland Sampson takes over fifth. Now trailing, that is Brookdale Ollie. They're on the back stretch and going to 3/4. Outrageous Show cleared the lead. Here's Popularity up to challenge him. Moving up to take over third is Redland Sampson. Backpedaling fourth is Woodmere Shelton. Brookdale Ollie moves up fifth, and now the trailer, Nassau Hanover, got a big-time shuffle. 3/4 in 1:29 flat as they round the turn for the final time. 1/8 of a mile out. Outrageous Show the leader. Popularity the challenger. Redland Sampson arrives on the scene late third. Down the stretch they come. Outrageous Show. Redland Sampson is coming on the inside as they land on the wire next. Redland Sampson might have got there. Outrageous Show is right with them. We'll need a show picture. Time of the mile in 1:58.2.
Yeah, he got shuffled back and had to really pull him up to get out around the horse that was weakening on the front, Jason Hughes and Woodmere Sheldon. But when he angled him out there, the momentum was completely stalled and he had to start him back up. That's really tough to do with a horse, and that horse gobbled up Racetrack around the last turn and down the stretch. I think Melanie's Magic, he's in against Melanie's Magic here today, but Melanie's Magic draws the outside of the gate for Corey McPherson. I think he's going to get a lot of attention, so maybe Nassau Hanover might be at 3 or 4 to 1 and could be a great bet here this afternoon. Again, he's got the rail again, and off that acclimating mile last week, he still closed it out 28 and 4. I just thought it was a really sharp effort in his PEI debut, so make a note of that guy in race number 8 this afternoon. Again, we got 13 on tap. The feature comes up in race 12. We have the top mares as well today, so it's going to be a great afternoon of racing. We're going to take a little break right now, and I'll be back in just a moment with my aisle pick 5 as it kicks off in race 1. Okay, there's a look at our aisle pick 5 tickets for this afternoon. Kicks off in race 1, low 15% takeout, and a guaranteed pool of $1,500. Only one scratch in the first 5 races. Pineapple Express, the 6 in race 1, will not go. But I'm going to put the 2 Hemingway on top of my ticket in race 1, coming off a nice win last week. I think they can go back to back. And then in race 2, I'm going to go with the 4 Its Model Time. Has been skimming the cones, but closing up really well for Kenny Murphy. So I like Its Model Time. I think they're going to break through and get the W here today. And then in race 3, I'm going to go with Spicy P. Draws inside. He closed up well last week to finish second. I almost reeled in Pictoni and I Am at the wire. Spicy P, my top play in race 3 for Jason Hughes. In race number 4, again, I'm going to go with the inside, the 2 Rock the Baby and Patrick Shepard. They've been knocking on the door in their last 2, and I think they can break through here today from this inside draw. So Rock the Baby is my top play in race 4, and then I'm going to close it out with the 4 in race 5. I think Elroy Shiner, he's been pretty dominant at this level in his, especially last week. He was an easy winner by 4 and change in 59 and 1, and the start prior to that got reeled in by a really nice horse in Spicy P. So Elroy Shiner, my top play in the last leg. So I'm going to go 2-4, 2-2-4. Classifier's choices 2-3, 2-2-4 in the aisle pick 5. Good luck with your tickets here in race 1.
The afternoon's first race entering the track on Post Parade. Number 1 is Arnold the Paperboy, owned by Bill McKay of South Granville, trained by Willie McKay. Miles Heffernan drives. Hemingway, number 2, is owned by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown and Abby Clough of Cornwall, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner driving. 3, Buddies and Virgins, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl is the trainer-driver. Number 4, Check Your Source, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy, today David Dowling. Number 5 is Azure Beach, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside, trained by Dwayne McCachran, Kenny Murphy. 6 is Scratch. Number 7 is Southfield Sandy, owned by Route 19 Racing of Long Point, Nova Scotia, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweets aboard. Number 8 is Here Comes Emmett, owned and trained by Melvin Gamester of Hunter River, Corey McPherson. Number 9 is Roadrunner Colony, owned by Tyler Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie, Jason Hughes. The post-time clock has expired for race number 1. This will be your final call for par mutual wagering on race number 1, featuring the front half of the early daily double, exactor, superfecta, triactor, and the Isle Pick 5 underway in the opener. You're watching Race Day live from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and this is the start of the Isle Pick 5 with the $1,500 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout. Kurt Hughes and the top selections are coming up next.
Just a minute to go here before race 1 on this Saturday afternoon. A little sticky track, but it looks like it's in pretty good shape for racing here. There's my top play, Hemingway. Adam Murner doing the driving for trainer Melissa Rennie. Melissa Rennie is the owner, shares ownership with Abby Clow, coming off a nice win off a pocket ride last week, 59-4 from post 1. Post 2 here today should get a similar trip up close to the lead, and if they can stock for a little piece of the mile, this guy could go back to back, but he is a pretty short price right now at 3-5. And there's the one, Arnold the Paperboy. Finally gets some drawing luck. If you can look down his lines, he's been drawing the outside. He even drew the trailing spot there once, but even from post 6 last week, that was quite a rally to finish second in 2 minutes flat in behind Hemingway last quarter, 30 flat. He was at long odds last week, long odds again this week. I just think from an inside draw, it's going to give him that much more opportunity to try and get the job done here. He was over 30 last year, over 3 so far this year, but from this inside draw, if Miles can get him off the gate forwardly placed, you never know, he could get the W here in this one. Arnold the Paperboy still at long odds, 23-1. There's the 7, Southfield Sandy, claimed last week, moving into the hot Jeff Holmes stable. Brady Sweet picks up the drive, and they're going to get a little post relief here with the scratch of the 6, so they're going to move in a spot, leaving from post 6 now. They do love the front end. If you can look down the lines on the front in the last 6, got it done 2 back in 2:01 for the previous trainer driver David Dowling, and then last week gave it up late, 2 minutes 1/5, finishing third in behind Hemingway and Arnold the Paperboy. So we'll see if the burn change angle may be in play here. This guy at 3-1 is a really good option if you don't want to play the chalk on the inside there. So Southfield Sandy may be a good option here at 3-1. The field for race 1, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Arnold the Paperboy, Hemingway, Buddies and Virgins. Check your source. Azure Beach, Southfield Sandy. Here comes Emmett in back. Roadrunner Colony, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Arnold the Paperboy along the rail with the first call. Coming second to the turn is Check Your Source. To their outside, Southfield Sandy. Hemingway along the rail away fourth. Roadrunner Colony is fifth. Then it's Buddies and Virgin sixth. Seventh is Azure Beach. And then the trailer. Here comes Emmett on the backstretch. 3 wide here. The bottom conditions. Showtime early at Charlottetown. Here comes Southfield Sandy to clear the lead for Brady Sweet. Arnold the Paperboy is second. Third up the rail. Check check your source. Up with the leaders fourth. That's Hemingway, 28 and 2, a big-time opener. Racing around the turn and well off the leaders fifth is Roadrunner Colony. 6 is Buddies and Virgins. Azure Beach 7th, trailing the field. Here comes Eminence 8, straight alignment as they approach the opening half mile. And the serious leader, that is Southfield Sandy. He's halfway home. And the Paperboy is second. Check your source third. And there goes Hemingway to the move fourth. On the outside is Roadrunner Colony fifth. On the rail, Buddies and Virgins has 6. Moving up 7th, here comes Emmett. Now the trailer, Azure Beach, 59 and 1. They roll to the half mile. On the backstretch, they go for time 2. Southfield Sandy continuing to lead. And the Paperboy from the outside. Hemingway is there third, but no advancement. Fourth up the rail is Check Your Source. 3 wide is Roadrunner Colony fifth. Here comes Emmett, take 6 with Buddies and Virgin 7th. Azure Beach on the outside 8th, the 3/4 completed in 1:29 and 1 as they arrive next at the 7/8. That is Southfield Sandy, the leader, looking to upset them, and the Paperboy is there second. Battle on for the show prize. They're in deep. Stretch now. Southfield Sandy for the new ownership group wins for Brady Sweet. Second, Arnold the Paperboy. 3 of them across the track in a show picture. 1:59 flat.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race number 1, and it was the barn change angle that came into play here. The 7th, Southfield Sandy and Sweet were swinging off the wings 3 wide past the 8th pole. They did get to the front, touching down to the front just before the quarter. Big quarter, though, 28 and 2 on the off-track, half 59 and 1. 129 and 1. He does get some pressure from the pocket sitter, Arnold the Paperboy, but Southfield Sandy up for the challenge here today, going the distance. Nice trip here this afternoon, 159. Arnold the Paperboy, I did like him from this inside draw today. He does get the deuce, and it looks like maybe the 9 in there for third, Roadrunner Colony and Jason Hughes. So it's a 7-1-9 unofficial tractor here in race 1.
Now returning to the first race winner's circle is the 7 entry, Southfield Sandy. Bay pacing gelding, he's the 8-year-old son of Western Paradise off the Camelot Dam, San Frangelica. Owned by Route 19 Racing of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Trained by Jeff Holmes, driven to victory by Brady Sweet for a mile in 1:59. Southfield Sandy opens up a Saturday afternoon at Charlottetown.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results from race 1. Arnold the Paperboy was second. Hemingway finished sixth. Buddies and Virgins fourth. Check Your Source was eighth. Azure Beach finished fifth. Pineapple Express was scratched. Southfield Sandy the race winner. Here Comes Emmett finished seventh. Roadrunner Colony was third. The fractions were 28 and 2. 59 and 1. 129 and 1, and the mile 159. From the top, your program reads 264, 85 scratched, 173. Southfield Sandy paid $820 to win. The exactor was $75.40. Triactor returning $845.40, and the superfecta was $315.93. Ladies and gentlemen, the racing officials are going to downgrade the track conditions now to read sloppy, and there will be a 1 second variant. Track condition now listed as sloppy with a 1 second variant.
HBI players on PEI are in for another promotion here in January. Spend $25 or more on Red Shores and receive 2% cash back, and wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Go to hbibet.com and watch and listen for some exciting new promotions coming to HBI PEI players and players across the country who play Red Shores in 2024. Great pay in that first race. $845 and change for the try if you were able to hit the 719 in a race 1. Congratulations. There's my top play for race 2, 4-3-5 for me. The favorite right now at 3-5 is It's Model Time, and I'm going to put them on top. I really like Kenny Murphy and It's Model Time. The horses are moving in the paddock. Post Parade is next.
Mockbook Pro on the second race post parade, owned by Paul Conway of Bonchon, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul does the training. Corey McPherson drives. Number 2, Miss Sangria is owned by Laura Jean Gregory of Clyde River, trained by Ronnie Gass, Jason Hughes. Topfield Angelina, number 3. The owners are Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Gene Smallman, trained by Ron Matheson, David Dowling. 4, It's Model Time, owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Lose Route 204, Kenny Murphy up. 5, It's Up to You, is owned by Mark Allen and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick does the training. Brady Sweet drives. Number 6, Silly Amos, owned by David Kent of North Rustico, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 2 as part of the upcoming O'Brien Awards weekend on PEI. Red Shores Charlottetown is hosting an Island Kitchen Party on Friday, February 2nd. Back down to Kurt with more details on the event and how to purchase tickets.
That's right, fans. Tickets are now available for a Red Shores Island Kitchen Party at the East Link Center. And join us Friday, February 2nd, and join an evening at Red Shores Charlottetown celebrating the O'Brien Awards weekend with racing, live music, food, and fun. And this includes a race day viewing party. And tickets are $20 plus tax and fees. And for details and tickets, go to Redshores.ca. And there's a quick look at the photo for 4th from the first race. You see Buddies and Virgins on the inside with the nose on the line ahead of the 5, Azure Beach in race 1. All right, just a minute to go here before race 2. It is getting a little sticky and sloppy out there on the track, and the judges have now downgraded the track to good with a 1 second variant. There is my top play in here. It's Model Time, owned by Robert Phillips. He's the trainer. Kenny Murphy doing the driving. Driving this 6-year-old mare by Stonebridge Terror quite well. As you look at the lines, hasn't left the cones in the last 2, so due for a real big effort here today. 3rd place finishes in back-to-back starts, 2 minutes 4/5. How about the closing quarter, 2 back, 27 and 4. It was a really nice late rally for It's Model Time. This one really knows how to close, so today I think they're going to get the job done. How about that effort, 3 back, second by a half a length at long odds. Paying pretty good odds over the last 3 starts as well, but not today. Short price at 7-5. The 3, Topville Angelina, looking for a little confidence booster here, and might get it here today with the drop in class, dropping down to the non-winners of 551. Last 5, as you can see down at the bottom line there. Philly Mare Preferred, 3 back on December 9th. Rode the rail pocket trip, finished 2nd to Chelsea, who we'll see race here this afternoon against the top mares. And so after some 6th, 7th, and 5th place finishes, last week at the 1001, the last 5, a 4th place finish, she's dropping down here. So a little class relief might help this mare. She does get a nice inside draw here from post 3. David Dowling aboard, for trainer Ron Matheson. Jody Lynn Matheson shares ownership with Stefan Boudreau, Gene Smallman. So 29-4, closing it out last week, a nice fourth, only beaten 2 lengths. She is a great option here at 2-1. It's Up to You, making third start for the New Connections, trained by Richard Armstrong. Mark Land and Mr. Armstrong share ownership of this 4-year-old mare by Roll With It Harry. Brady Sweet off to a good start here today, winner on the front end. He's got a good shot here with It's Up to You. This mare has been drawing poorly, doesn't get a lot of post relief here today, leaving from post 5, but she doesn't mind roughing it, and she's pretty good from off the pace. So if Brady can get into the swing of things early with this mare here today, get her interested, she is a good option here at this 551 level. It's Up to You, in for the price again this week in this compact field. I think they're going to hit the ticket here today. 2-1 currently, now 5-2. The field for race 2, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Mockbrook Pro, Miss Sangria, Topville Angelina. It's model time. It's Up to You. And Silly Amos. There's a half a dozen noses moving to the starting gate here in the second, and that starting gate at the top of the stretch. Oh, Kurt, we got them visiting from The Rock over in Newfoundland. The McDonalds are here. Paul and Captain Jack. Sam's along for the ride, too. Here's the second, post time. The rough end pacing and the inside trio firing out. Topville Angelina, Miss Sangria, Mockbrook Pro along the rail. Fourth one to the turn is Silly Amos along the rail fifth. It's model time, then the trailer. It's Up to You as they arrive at the 8th pole, and driving from the outside is Topville Angelina, set to clear the lead for David Dowling. Second at the rail, Mockbrook Pro. Racing from third is Miss Sangria, fourth on the cones. That's Silly Amos racing from fifth. It's model time, the gapped out trailer in the early going. It's Up to You on past the first quarter mile. And on the lead, it's Topville Angelina, 29-4 opened it up. Racing from second is Mockbrook Pro. On the turn third is Miss Sangria. Fourth at the rail, Silly Amos. Racing from fifth, it's model time. It's Up to You is closed up now and trails six. Down the stretch they come. The opening half mile, the next station, Topville Angelina, the post time favorite, halfway home. Second is Mockbrook Pro, continuing third. Miss Sangria, there goes its model time to the outside fourth. On the rail fifth, that's Silly Amos, and on the outside six, it's Up to You, the halfway home time in 1:01 and a 1/5, down to 3/8 left to go, and on the point, Topville Angelina is the leader, going to 3/4. Second is Mockbrook Pro. On the outside, it's Up to You. Now racing for third, that is mixed model time up third. Fourth is Miss Sangria. It's Up to You is on the move in the outside fifth. Silly Amos to the outside sixth. The 3/4 in the books. They were there in 1:32. flat as they round the upper turn for the final time. It's model time on the outside, the leader. Top Bill Angelino on the rail second. Mockbook Pro third. Fourth, it's up to you. Down the stretch they come. It's model time, the deep stretch leader. It's up to you on the outside. It's model time for Kenny Murphy on the line. It's up to you second. Silly Amos closed up third. 2-0. 2-1.
Well, after a couple of trips skimming the cones, Mr. Murphy, first up trip here in this small field, he had to do the heavy lifting himself. Well, it's model time, had to do the heavy lifting here in this one as Topville Angelina got to the front on the drop in class, 29 and 4, a well-rated mile by Dowling, half 101 and 1 3/4 132. Murphy and it's model time grinding it out and wearing down the fraction setter in deep stretch and getting the job done. It's up to you, and Brady Sweet got a great toe into this race following that live cover. They're going to get the deuce, and rallying from off the pace to finish third is Silly Amos, who raced well here for trainer-driver Kenny Arsenault. So it's a 4-5-6 unofficially here in the second.
It's model time going to the second race winner's circle. Pacing mare. She's 6 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the Badlands Hanover Dam model leg. She's a homebred of Robert Phillips of Lose Route 204. Robert does the training. Kenny Murphy picks up the winning drive. Mare has her 5th lifetime victory today. The mile in 2:02 and a 1/5. It's model time in the second. Here's the official results from the second race. Mockbook Pro 4th. Miss Angria was 6th. Topville Angelina 5th. It's model time, the race winner. It's up to you was 2nd. Silly Amos finished 3rd. Fractions went 29 and 4. 101 and 1. 132 and the mile in 2:02 and 1. In review, it's 4-6-5. 1, 2, 3. Its model time paid $4.90 to win. The exactor $31.60, triactor $61.60, superfecta $27.96, and the early daily double $42.40.
Okay, there's a look at the 2023 foal incentive. It's for PEI foals of 2023, and the mare must have resided on PEI for 183 days during the 2023 foaling year and foaled on PEI. And the deadline to apply is fast approaching. The incentive is the deadline, January 31st, 2024. And applications can be found at the PEI Harness Racing.ca under Forms tab. So you got a few days left to get in on that full incentive for 2023. Just 5 to go before the third. Horses are getting ready to come out onto the track here for race 3. There's a look at our top plays for this race. It's unanimous. I'm on board 215. So is the classifier. Spicy P coming off a strong second last week, 57 and a winner. 2 back off a pocket ride, 56 and 1. So Spicy B's on top of my ticket. Pictonian I Am off last week's win is in for second, and Navalny, who has that great gate speed, but a little shy in the win column, so we're going to put them in for third. 215 for me here in the third. Horses are moving. Post parade is next.
The third race on Post Parade, number 1, Pictonian I Am, owned by Robert Phillips of Lose Route 204 and Marco Land of Summerside, trained by Robert Phillips, Kenny Murphy driving. 2 is Spicy P, Jason Hughes, the trainer driver for owner Robbie Hughes, Stratford. 3 is Cheeky Play. Corey McPherson of Cornwall co-owns, trains, and drives. The co-owner is Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Phil D'Orleans, number 4, owned by Ken and Andrew Williams and Lyndon Hardy, trained by Jason Hughes, Mark Bradley catch drives. Navalny, number 5, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie, Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Melissa Rennie and driven by Adam Murner. Number 6 is 3 Trick Gainer, owned by Saul Lanigan of Cambridge and Jared Perot of Stratford, trained by Saul Lanigan and driven by David Dowling. Only 2 minutes wagering time on the third race. Kurt Hughes is next with a look at the 2024 top drivers and trainers at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Well, driver Jason Hughes parlaying that incredible year he had in 2023 into 2024. He leads the way with 9 wins. He's on top of the standings with Adam Murner and Brady Sweet. Tied for second with 6 wins, and tied for 4th is Kenny Murphy and Miles Heffernan. They round out the top 5 with 4 wins apiece. And on the trainer's side of things, Trevor Hicken off to a hot start in 2024. 6 wins. He's tied with Jeff Holmes, who's also off to a really hot start. They have 6 wins as well. Actually, Jeff Holmes with a winner there in the first. He moves up one to 7 wins. But Jason Hughes sits currently in third with 4 wins. And then there's a 3-way tie for fourth between Jen Doyle, Harold Shepard, and Mike Dowling. They all have 3 wins apiece for the top trainer standings early in 2024. Race 3 starters are on track. A minute to go here before race 3. There's a look at my top play. Spicy P leaving from post 2 here for Jason Hughes. Robbie Hughes is the owner, and this guy is on top of his game right now. A winner 2 back. As I mentioned prior to post parade, he had post 5 down at the non-winners 1,051 last 5 and left out and got a great pocket ride following Elroy Shiner and just followed him to the top of the stretch. Pull pocket and drove right on by down the lane. 56-1 closing quarter, 28-1. And then last week he had post 3, got away 4th, and then rallied to be 2nd. Almost reeled in Pictonian IM at the wire. 57 flat was his mile. 29-4 closing panel. This guy has pretty good gate speed. Not a ton of gate speed, but he can be forwardly placed in against these horses here today. So I'm looking for Hughes to maybe get a nice 2-hole, maybe 3-hole ride here and just stalk and make his move late in the mile. This guy's got a great closing kick, so I'm putting him on top. 8-5 currently. Quick look at the photo for 4th from race 2. As you can see on the inside there, Corey McPherson with Mock Book Pro getting their nose on the line first. Pictonian IM coming off a nice win from post 1. Post 1 again this week. We'll see what kind of trip they work out, but Kenny Murphy got this guy off the gate really well. He doesn't show a ton of gate speed, and from the rail last week, Murphy was whistling off the gate with him, and he got a nice 2-hole ride following Navalny and tracked along and made their move late in the mile and got the job done. 56-4. So we'll see what kind of trip they work out here today, but you can't leave this guy off your tickets. Look at those closing quarters. He always comes to play. So Pictonian IM, an exotic play for sure. And currently the slight choice at right now at 6-5. This is a pretty evenly matched group. Cheeky Play also has a shot in here. Phil Dorleans for Bradley. He's got a shot as well at 12-1 right now. 3 Trick Gainer's been racing well for trainer Saul Lanigan. David Dowling gets the call, but for 3rd, I'm going to put in Navalny. He had the front last week. He was whistling off the gate as well. He got to the front and just faded late to 3rd, 57-1. Murner and Navalny right now at 8-1. Good triactor play for sure. Countdown clock is in. Race 3 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Pictonian IM, Spicy P, Cheeky Play, Phil Dorleans, Navalny, and 3 Trick Gainer, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. off and pacing. Phil Dorleans, Navalny along the rail. That's Pictonian I Am. Spicy P, fourth one around the turn. Getting away fifth is Cheeky Play. Then the trailer. That is Three Trick Gainer as they arrive at the eighth pole. And that's Phil Dorleans for Mark Bradley to lead it. It may be short-lived on the outside under some Murner urging. Here comes Navalny now to take over. Third on the cones, Pictonian I Am. Spicy P's away fourth. Cheeky Play fifth. Three Trick Gainer sees them all from six on by the quarter, and Navalny cleared off a 28 and 4 beginning. Second is Phil Dorleans around the turn. Third, Pictonian I Am. Fourth on the cones is Spicy P. Racing fifth, Cheeky Play. Then the trailer six is Three Trick Gainer. They approach the midway point. Navalny on the lead, and he's halfway home. Second is Phil Dorleans going to the outside. Third, Pictonian I Am is underway. Following out fourth is Spicy P on the cones fifth. That is Cheeky Play. Three Trick Gainer continuing to trail 59 seconds flat was the half mile. Arriving at the 5/8, Navalny the leader. Coming to him now on the outside, Pictonian I Am up to challenge. Third is Phil Dorleans moving up fourth. From the outside is Spicy P. Coming on fifth is Three Trick Gainer. Now the trailer, Cheeky Play, the three quarters, had the new leader. Pictonian I Am is taken over late. Three quarters up in 1:29 and 1. Second is Spicy P. Three Trick Gainer coming three wide. Third up the fourth, Phil Dorleans. They're homeward bound now, led by Pictonian I Am. Three Trick Gainer second. Spicy P. Phil Dorleans on the wire next. Pictonian I Am will double up Murphy and Phillips. Second, Three Trick Gainer. Spicy P. Third in a 1:59 and a 1.
Different tactics this week, same result though. What a trip from Pictonian I Am as he comes first up on Navalny, who we all thought would get to the front here today, and he did for Murner. Phil Dorleans left out alertly for Bradley too, wanting that two-hole trip, but Pictonian I Am clears up to the lead for Murphy and digs in late in the mile. Murphy works on him here down the stretch, but he is not going to be denied as he goes back-to-back. And as Vance mentioned, Robert Phillips and Murphy off to a hot start here today as they go back-to-back and get double on both sides, the trainer and a driver and owner as well. And so congrats to the connections of Pictonian I Am as they get the job done over Three Trick Gainer and Dowling, who rallied well to finish second, and Spicy P with that live flow. They're going to have to settle for the show in here. So it's a 1-6-2 unofficially in the third.
Pictonian I Am on his way into the third race winner's circle, pacing Black Gelding, 6 years, the son of Western Paradise, is off the Bender's Delight Dam safety net, owned by Robert Phillips of Loose Route 204, and Marco Land of Summerside, bred by Tony Zutop of Pictou, Nova Scotia. Trainer Robert Phillips has the training double. Driver Kenny Murphy goes back-to-back for the driving double. The mile 1:59 and a 1. Pictonian I Am in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. Windermere Farms is excited to add Keystone Velocity, sire of Jughead Winter, You Can Do It Blue Chip, to the 2024 Stallion lineup. He joins Malicious, whose offspring held down the highest sale average of the 2023 Atlantic Classic yearling sale, while siring the top-priced Atlantic Pacing filly and top-priced Atlantic sired yearling stud colt. Also joining the heavy-hitting lineup are Somewhere Fancy, Muscle Through It, and Source of Pride. Windermere Farms is unquestionably where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Here's the official results from the third race. Pictonian I Am, the race winner. Spicy P, third. Cheeky Play, fifth. Phil Dorleans, fourth. Navalny finished sixth. Three Trick Gainer was second. Fractions were 28 and 4. 59, 129 and 1, and the mile 159 and 1. In review, 135, 462. Pictonian I Am paid $320 to win. The exactor $117.20, the triactor $313.40, and the superfecta was $82.68. Ladies and gentlemen, here's an update on the track conditions. The racing officials continue to list the track as sloppy. However, now there is a 2-second variant. Track condition remains sloppy, but now with a 2-second variant.
Customers at Red Shores Summerside who wager $20 or more on Red Shores Charlottetown Live Racing will receive a buy one get one coupon plus an individual nacho platter coupon for the West End Bar and Grill. And this promotion will run today and for the special card next Friday, February 2nd, for the O'Brien's race card. And this is an exclusive play for Red Shores Summerside only. Horses are moving in the paddock, 5 away from race 4. I'm going to go with the 2-6-5 in here. Classifier's choice is 2-6-1. I'm on board with Rock the Baby and Patrick Shepard. Post braid next.
Fourth race on Post Parade, number 1, Elm Grove Red Wine, owned by James Quinn, Carl Peterson, and Brittany Dowling. David Dowling training and driving. Number 2, Rock the Baby, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Patrick Shepard drives. Number 3, Skip Across, owned by Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley does the training. Jason Hughes will drive. Number 4, Rock and Roll K's, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet. 5, Bump in the Road, owned by Brett Joel and Lisa LeBlanc. Brett LeBlanc is the trainer-driver. Number 6 is Fluentosity, owned by Shane and Blaine Baglow of Cornwall. Blaine is the trainer. Today, Corey McPherson. Down to 3-minute wagering time in the afternoon's fourth race. Just a friendly reminder for our online and on-track players, the Red Shores Super High Five comes up in race number 5 and returns in race number 13 today.
And we got a carryover going into that first Super High Five here this afternoon. Last week's race 13, the High Five didn't go, and so there's a carryover of $585.73 going into that race 5 Super High Five. So get in on that and start doing your homework right now to get ready for race 5. On track is race 4. We are 2 away. Rock the Baby, my top play in this race. Patrick Shepard gets the call here for trainer Earl Watts. Windermere Farms of Springvale is the owner. This mare now 9-year-old. 7 wins last year, 0 for 3 so far this year, but knocking on the door in those last 2 starts from inside draws. 2 back at the rail. Got a nice ground-saving trip, sitting 2 and finished second, only beaten half a length for Corey McPherson. And then last week, I thought this mare might get the job done there. She dove up the pass lane there and was very close at the wire, being only back 3/4 of a length at the wire. 2 minutes 1/5. Patrick Shepard was in the seat on that day, so back in the bike here today. Should get a good trip up again near the front this week. 3-5 currently. Driver Corey McPherson coming off a banner year in 2023 as he broke the record for earnings as a driver, and he gets a live call here with Fluentosity, owned by Shane and Blaine Baglow. Blaine's the trainer, and coming off a nice second there on the front end from post 1 for Murner. They just faded late in the mile, giving it up by a length and 3/4. But this mare does not mind the rough going. If you look down her line, she's been first up each and every week prior to that, except for that bottom line where she had the rail and got a good 2-hole ride, finishing second. So she doesn't mind the out and going. And so from post 6, she's going to have to do it the hard way again here today with Corey McPherson. But a nice option here at 6-1. Bumping the Road rallied late last week down in class at the 551 level. Almost got there, second by a neck, and behind She's Rockin' Fame at long odds. Brett LeBlanc is the driver, trainer, and owner. He shares ownership with Joel LeBlanc and Elisa Marie LeBlanc. And Bumping the Road back up in class this week to the 1,001 last 5, but a compact field. I think they can maneuver maybe a second over trip here today, and with that good closing kick. Look at the last quarters on this one. 28-3 last week, 27-3 the week before. Only beat a length, 2 back, finishing 5th. So Bumping the Road, I like this one for 3rd on my ticket. 5-2 currently. race 4 starters are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's getting a little greasy out there. They've downgraded the track now off 2 seconds in the slop. And so the starters are on gate. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Red Wine, Rock the Baby, Skip Across. Rock and Roll K's bumping the road. Fluentosity, top of the stretch. Starting gate starts to pick up speed, bringing them in the fourth to a start. Rough and pacing, Rock the Baby, the first one out. Elm Grove Red Wine along the rail, going right with her. Third into the turn is Skip Across, coming up fourth from the outside. Rock and Roll K's. To get away, fifth is bumping the road. Then the trailer, that's Fluentosity. Up the backstretch they go, and Dowling guarding the cones. Elm Grove Red Wine will lead them early. Rock the Baby dropped in for the two-hole ride. Third on the cones, that's Skip Across. Rock and Roll K's is fourth. That is bumping the road fifth, followed by the trailer. Fluentosity, they're in programmed order as they move by the first quarter mile, and it's Elm Grove Red Wine, the leader, in 30 and 2. Rock the Baby races from second around the turn third. That Skip Across, fourth up the rail, is Rock and Roll K's. There goes Fluentosity from the backfield. Underway in the outside fifth. Now the trailer. That is bumping the road as they approach the opening half mile. Elm Grove Red Wine will get them halfway home. Second is Rock the Baby. Rock and Roll K's is coming quickly on the outside third. Fourth up the rail to Skip Across. On the outside fifth, Fluentosity. Bumping the road now the trailer. The half in 1:01 and 2. Approaching the 5/8 and matching strides up front. Elm Grove Red Wine along the rail to her outside. Rock and Roll K's now got her head in front. Their third is Rock the Baby. Racing from fourth is Skip Across. Bumping the road along the inside fifth, and trailing on the outside, Fluentosity. They go by 3/4. Rock and Roll K's under some heavy urging. Up the inside, Elm Grove Red Wine is reclaimed and opens by 2. 3/4 went 1:31 and 1. Homeward bound now. Elm Grove Red Wine looking to see it through. Rock the Baby is second. Skip Across way wide. Bumping the road is coming late. Deep stretch now. And it's bumping the road to get there. With Elm Grove Red Wine, maybe Skip Across. Time of the mile in 2:01.2.
Well, this mare was my value play last week. This week, back up in class. Shorter price this week, $7.50 on the board. But what a sweep up from the back of the pack. The 5 bumping the road, and Brett LeBlanc, what a move they made late in the mile, and they're going to reel in the fraction setter. Elm Grove, Red Wine, and Dowling. 30 and 2 was the quarter. 1:01 and 2 was a nice breather there for Dowling, but then they're going to get pressure from Rock and Roll, K's, and Sweet, and they're going to battle in that third and part of that fourth quarter. But Elm Grove Red Wine fading just a little bit in the stretch and bumping the road, gobbling up Racetrack. They're going to time it perfectly and get it done on the off track. 2:01 and 2, bumping the road, does get it done here in the fourth.
Here comes bumping the road to the fourth race winner's circle. Brett LeBlanc of Charlottetown co-owns Trains and Drives. The co-owners are Joel and Lisa LeBlanc of Nova Scotia. She's a Bay Pacing Mare 6 by Sports Rider from the Sun Beach Somewhere Dam, Albany, Hanover. Time of the mile in 2:01 and 2/5. That's Bump in the Road in the 4th. Here's the official results from the 4th race. Elm Grove Red Wine 2nd. Rock the Baby 3rd. Skip Across 4th. Rock and Roll K's was 5th. Bump in the Road, the race winner. Fluentosity finished 6th. Fractions were 30 and 2. 101 and 2. 131 and 1. And the mile 201 and 2. In review, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 6. Bump in the Road paid $7.50 to win. The exactor $35, triactor $210.40, and the superfecta $45. The fifth race featuring the Super High Five on Post Parade. Number 1, Zayden's Luck, is owned by Gary Polton and Dura Burho of Charlottetown. Trained by Gary Polton, Miles Heffernan catch drives. Number 2, Affair Somewhere, is owned by Evan Ford of Charlottetown. Trained by Ron Matheson, Adam Murner. 3, Luigi Bazzacco, is owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington. Trained and driven by Stephen Murphy. 4 is Elroy Shiner, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford. Trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet drives. Number 5 is Sunseeker, owned by Kayla Glenn of Charlottetown. Trained by Ron Matheson, Jason Hughes. Redland Sampson, number 6, owned by Rodri Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy driving. Number 7 is Outrageous Show, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove, trained by Jeff Holmes, Corey McPherson. Number 8 is First Glance, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling drives. Down to 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5, and Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High Five, and we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and the continued presentation of the Vance Cam. In the 5th, have to go to the 4, Elroy Shiner, to price him up once again. He was excellent at $6,000 claimers, Kurt. He moved him up just a tad to the 7s, and he's been mighty good in there, getting a first and a second. I'm going to use him once again on top for that hot Brady Sweet Jeff Holmes combination. Going to go to the 6, Redland Sampson. He's raced really well as of luck. Came from off the pace last week to get to the winner's circle in 58-2. Going to go to the 8, First Glance. Just don't know what to make of him, Kurt. Now this back to the Charlottetown and the Doyle barn, and hasn't raced since the 21st of December, but the last time we seen him, he went 52-4 over Charlottetown. So he's kind of a real nice racehorse, got the outside and been off a little while. I like the 5, Sunseeker, for 4th, and I'll close it out with number 3, Luigi Bazzacco, and you'll get a price on him today. I'm going 4, 6, 8, 5, 3. Kurt, down to you and your choices.
Yeah, we're pretty close, Vance. We got the same 5, a little different order. I do like Elroy Shiner on top. He seems like a bit of a gimme in here on the front end. He's been so good, and especially last week off that big win. I'm going to go with the 5 next door, Sunseeker. I think they're going to leave off the wings right beside and duck into that 2-hole and get a nice trip. I like the 6, Redland Sampson, coming off that big win. He's on his game lately, so I'm going to put him in for 3rd. I like First Glance, as you mentioned. Don't know what to make of him here. His first start back on the island, but he's back into a familiar stable. And so I like him for 4th. I'm going to close it with Luigi Bazzacco for 5th. So I like a 4, 5, 6, 8, 3. Vance, you were dead on with the superfecta 2 weeks ago. I like a horse knocking on the door, overdue for a win. You know they're going to break through, and I think you could break through here today.
Well, you know that close thing, Kurt, that's only good in horseshoes. We got standard-bred shoes out here.
Absolutely, but I like your ticket here this afternoon. Vance Cameron going with a 4, 6, 8, 5, 3. Good luck with your picks, and we should mention we do have a Super High Five carryover of 585.73. Didn't go last week's last race of the day, race 13, so that carries over to this race 5. Good luck with your picks here in the 5th. Okay, we're getting close to post time here in our race 5. As I mentioned, we got that super high 5 carryover of 585.73 going into this race. So take a look at the book and take a shot here in race number 5. I almost got a gimme there on the win with Elroy Shiner because he's been so good lately. You got to put him on top of your ticket. 2 to 5, getting all the attention on the board, and some good options for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as the field is beginning to make their way up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the 5th. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Zayden's Luck Affair Somewhere, Luigi Bazzacco, Elroy Shiner Sunseeker, Redland Sampson Outrageous Show. First glance, sir, at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, and there goes Elroy Shiner to lead them out. And at the rail, second one to the turn is Zayden's Luck. From the outside, Sunseeker. In between horses, that is Luigi Bazzacco. On the rail, 5th Affair Somewhere. From the outside is First Glance in 6th. And racing 7th is Redland Sampson. Then the trailer is Outrageous Show. So along the backstretch to go. The front stepping, Elroy Shiner, the leader for Brady Sweet by 3. Second along the rail is Zayden's Luck. Dropping in to be 3rd, Luigi Bazzacco. 4th at the rail, Affair Somewhere. Racing from 5th. Along the inside is Sunseeker. On the turn 6 is First Glance. Redland Sampson 7th. And trailing this field, Outrageous Show 29 seconds flat was the opening quarter. Down the stretch, arriving next at the half mile. And it's Elroy Shiner out in front. Zayden's Luck is closed up. There goes Luigi Bazzacco. He's first up, 3rd. Picking up the cover in the outside, 4th is Sunseeker. Affair Somewhere on the rail, 5th. Outside, First Glance, 6th. On the cones, Redland Sampson is 7th. On the outside, 8th. That is Outrageous Show, 59 and 3 for half a mile. Elroy Shiner by 2, and they're going to 3/4. On the outside, Luigi Bazzacco is second. 3rd at the rail, Zayden's Luck. Coming up 4th is Sunseeker. Affair Somewhere is 5th. Then racing 6 is First Glance. Along the rail, Redland Sampson. 3 high the trailer. Outrageous Show, the 3/4. In 1:29 and 4. Opening it up now with an 1/8 of a mile to go. It's all Elroy Shiner. Second is Zayden's Luck. 3rd, Luigi Bazzacco. 4th up the rail, Redland Sampson. And it's Elroy Shiner set to price them up once again to double up. Sweden Holmes. Redland Sampson rallied 2nd. Zayden's Luck 3rd. 2 minutes. 2/5.
Well, this guy's pretty much a lock at this level. They jumped up to the 7,000 claimer, 2 back. The only way this guy's going to get beat at this level is if there's one dropping down from a higher class, because when he's in against a crew of similar at this level, he is much the best, and that is Elroy Shiner. Put on the front end, he's got great gate speed, can get to the front, control things. Sweet does a great job with him, and Jeff Holmes, again, off to a hot start here in 2024, and they double up Sweet and Holmes on the driver and trainer side here today with a big win aboard Elroy Shiner here in the 5th. Nice trip on the off track, 2 minutes, 2/5. A nice ground saving trip for Redland, Sampson, and Murphy as they skim the cones and get up there for the deuce. But Elroy Shiner dominates again here at Red Shores.
When Standard Bred Canada had their weekly stats at the first of the week, Jeff Holmes on the training side was in the country's top 10. That's what kind of a start Jeff's off to here in 2024. He's got another trainer in the winner's circle here in the 5th, and that's number 4, Elroy Shiner. Bay pacing gelding 7 years by Where Are We Needy from the Rambaran Dam Rain Dance Heather. Owned by Frank Sweet of Nutford, bred by Cynthia Graham and William Wolfrey of Ontario. Trainer Jeff Holmes doubled up. Driver Brady Sweet will double up. And the horses back-to-back wins today, 2 minutes, 2/5. Elroy Shiner delivers in the Super High Five.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in race 5. Zayden's Luck was 3rd. Affair Somewhere 5th. Luigi Bazzacco 4th. Elroy Shiner the race winner. Sunseeker was 8th. Redland Sampson finished 2nd. Outrageous Show was 7th. First Glance finished 6th. Fractions of 29, 59 and 3, 129 and 4, and the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. In review, 354, 182, 76. Elroy Shiner returning 260. The Exactor 1680. Triactor 224.70. And the Super High Five was out there at 324.85.
Red Hot Trivia at Red Shores Summerside is Saturdays at the West End Bar and Grill, and the evening is hosted by Will and Tony every Saturday at 8:30 p.m. for Red Hot Trivia, and complete details are at Redshores.ca. 6 away from the 6th here at Red Shores. There's a look at my triactor play here. 2-5-1 for me. Classifier's choice 2-1-5. I'm putting 2 points on top ahead of Judicial, who has been racing great for Patrick, and the 1 who's been good in his last 3 for Kenny Murphy. So I'm 2-5-1. Again, classifier's choice 2-1-5. Post braid will be coming up in just a moment.
Woodmere Expedia will lead the 6th race on Post Parade, owned by Wild Ride Stable of Kensington, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy driving. Number 2 is 2 points, owned by Brittany Dowling, Cindy McLean, Joel Watts, and Mary Weeks, David Dowling, the trainer-driver. Duke of the West, number 3, is owned by Lee Gavin of Tignes, trained by Stacy Dara, Jason Hughes up. Number 4, Nolan's Magic Sway, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Melissa is the trainer, driven by Adam Werner. Number 5 is Judicial, owned by Morris McCabe, Wayne McPherson, Angus Bird, and Harold Shepard. Trained by Harold Shepard, Patrick Shepard drives. 3 minutes wagering time in race number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, our harness racing community would like to honor the late Eleanor Ollie Hughes and the late Kevin McKinnon. Red Shores and our harness racing industry extend our condolences to their family and friends. Please rise for a moment of silence for the late Eleanor Ollie Hughes and the late Kevin McKinnon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Condolences to the McKinnon family on the passing of Kevin, and my grandmother Ollie. She never missed a card. She loved watching the races, watching us play hockey when we were kids as well, but she never missed a race card. She just loved coming to the races, and so I'm sure she's watching from above here today with Patrick Shepard aboard. Judicial, maybe they can get the job done. They're coming off a win last week, 59-2 in post 5 here today. I think they're probably going to have to work out a 2-hole trip, but Judicial has been so good over the last few weeks. He could get the job done. I know he has a special fan up watching today from heaven. And there is my top play, who also has a great shot and I think has the inside advantage on Judicial here today, leaving from post 2. That's 2 points. David Dowling, the driver and trainer. This one has really good gate speed, coming off a second to Judicial last time out. Closed it out 29-3. Subpar effort the week before, finishing 5th after leaving out from post 7, getting to the front, and a power drive that week. So we'll see how they do here from post 2, but definitely a shot at 2-1. And there's the one, Woodmere Expedia has been knocking on the door. His last 3, Kenny Murphy with the call here today. They draw inside, post 1, going to get a good trip. And off those the last trips in sharp closing quarters. Woodmere Expedia is a major threat in here at 8-5. And Ollie's other grandson, Jason Hughes, with a mount here. Bit of longer odds, but I wouldn't be surprised if they got the job done as well. They got the job done on the front end, 4 back in 2:01 and 1. And so this guy does love the front end, and so does Hughes. So we'll see what kind of trip they work out from post 3. Again, longer odds at 7-1 as the field lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for race 6. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Expedia, 2 points. Duke of the West, Nolan's Magic Sway, Judicial, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Judicial leaves out. 2 points going with him along the rail. That is Woodmere Expedia third. Fourth into the turn is Duke of the West, then the early trailer. Nolan's Magic Sway. Battle on the front end. Wow, they're sitting up 3 high all around the turn. Guarding the rail, Woodmere Expedia. In line to Kenny Murphy. From the outside, Judicial parked out. Third up the rail. That is 2 points. Duke of the West goes fourth and trailing this field. That's Nolan's Magic Sway on by the first quarter mile. Woodmere Expedia demanded, and I mean demanded, the lead for Kenny Murphy off at 29 and 1 opening quarter. Racing from second is 2 points. Coming out of the turn third, that is Judicial. Duke of the West has fourth. Trailing this field, Nolan's Magic Sway approaching the opening half mile, and it's Woodmere Expedia, the midway point leader. Now on the move in the outside, Judicial's going to take another shot at him. Third up the rail is 2 points. Duke of the West fourth. Nolan's Magic Sway fifth. 1 minute. 2 over to the half. Midway round the paddock turn for the second time. Arriving next at the 5/8. Woodmere Expedia the leader. Judicial on the outside in the pocket third. That's 2 points. Coming fourth and going to the outside. Duke of the West is swinging 3 wide. Trailing the field, but not out of it. Nolan's Magic Sway. All 5 are still there. They arrived at 3/4 with Woodmere Expedia the leader in 1:30 and and 4. Duke of the West, longest shot on the board on the outside. A racing third at the rail is 2 points. Then in fourth, as they turn for home, that is Nolan's Magic's Way. Down the stretch they come. Woodmere Expedia looking to see it through. Duke of the West in 2 points. Woodmere Expedia gives Kenny Murphy the driving triple. 2 points second, Duke of the West third. 2 minutes, 3/5.
Woodmere Expedia with the rail control, the go straights on and an off track. He got around that first turn excellent as he made 2 points, and Judicial go to plan B and grab onto those holders and take back as Kenny wanted to cut it here this afternoon. As we mentioned, he's been knocking on the door in his last 3. All trips have come from off the pace on the outside. Well, today they get it done along the rail, and they never had to leave the cones right on the front end through fractions of 29 and 1/2 minute, 2/5, 3/4, 1:30 and 4, and they get it done on the off track. 2 minutes, 3/5, 2 points. Who got that perfect pocket ride? They get the deuce and the 3. Duke of the West had a big 3-wide blast for Hughes. They raced well here today to pick up the show dough. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 unofficially here in race 6.
On his way to the 6th race, winner's circle is the 1 entry, Woodmere Expedia, pacing Brown Gelding 4 by Arthur Bluechip off the Western Ideal Dam, Wild Ride Hanover, owned by the Wild Ride Stable of Kensington, bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield, trained by Joe Baxter. Kenny Murphy put him on top at every call today. Kenny's 3rd winner for the triple, and the horse goes wire to wire in 2 minutes and 3/5. Woodmere Expedia in the 6th.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results in race 6. Woodmere Expedia, the race winner. 2 points was second. Duke of the West, third. Nolan's Magic Sway, fourth. Judicial finished fifth. Fractions went 29 and 1. 1 minute 2. 1:30 and 4. and the mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. In review, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Woodmere Expedia returned 380, the Exactor 850, Triactor 8270, and the Superfecta was 908.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hbibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on a Red Shores guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page, and it's just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hbibet.com. And we're a 7 away from our race number 7. I'm on board with a 4-6-1 in here. Classifier's choice 4-1-2. All the attention is on Sports Icon at 1-9 on the board. Post Parade is next.
The afternoon 7th race on the track, number 1, Locker Up, is owned by Jamie Kennedy of Charlottetown, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Today, Jason Hughes driving. Elm Grove Nancy, number 2, Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Robert Phillips, lose route 204. Number 3, I'm Short and Sweet, owned by J.D. Racing Incorporated of Cornwall and Dunsand Farms of Warren Grove, Nick Oakes, training and driving. Sports Icon number 4 is owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by Harold Shepard, Patrick Shepard aboard. I Can Do It wears number 5, owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown, trained by Keith Ford, Adam Murner. Number 6 is Elm Grove Misty, owned by Charlene Cipher of Springvale. The trainer-driver is Dave Kelly. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to the HBI broadcast desk with Kurt Hughes and the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. In the first race on the barn change was Southfield Sandy moving into the Hot Jeff Holmes stable. Brady Sweet aboard. They came swinging off the gate from post 7, 3 wide around that first turn. They touched down to the front just before the quarter, 28 and 2, and they're going to go the distance and get it done in 1:59. Southfield Sandy and Sweet get it done in the first, and oh, how about that triactor, 719, 845.40. And then in race 2 this afternoon, it was Kenny Murphy aboard It's Model Time. He's off to a great start here today. 3 winners. This was his first win aboard It's Model Time on the first up challenge. They're going to drive off down the stretch and get it done in 2:02 and 1 in that 4.56 ticket. Paid $61.60. And then race 3, we were back again with Kenny Murphy. It was his second win. Robert Phillips, the trainer and owner. They're all going to double up here. Back-to-back races. Pictonian IM gets it done here on the front. And a nice trip off a half and 59. 1:59 and 1. They get it done 1:62. Ticket paid $313.40 as they cleared up past Navalny in the middle portion of that mile. And they hang on for the victory at 3:20 on the nose. In race 4, it was the 5 bump in the row. You're going to see coming into the picture here now. They're going to gobble up Racetrack and go by the field here late in the stretch. Brett LeBlanc times it perfectly and gets the win over Elm Grove Red Wine, who put up all the hot fractions early. Half in 1:01 and 2. Back half in a minute. Bump in the row gets it done, and the try paid $210.40. In race 5, all Elroy Shiner again this weekend for that optional 7,000 claiming tag. Brady Sweet and Holmes, they get another win on the card, and they get it done on the front end. No surprises there as they deliver us a chalk in 2 minutes, 2/5. Nice try there, 4.61, 2:24.70, and a nice super high 5. The 20-cent 4.6132 paid $324.85. And then we're back with Kenny Murphy again as he picks up the hat trick here today. Woodmere Expedia on the rail for trainer Joe Baxter, and they're going to make every call a winning one here, getting it done on the off track. 2 minutes, 3/5, and the 1-2-3 try paid $82.70. And that is a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Sports Icon taking all the money here in race 7 at 1-5. I think Elm Grove Misty has a shot way out there on the outside of the gate, post 6. I like her odds right now at 13-1 as the field lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Lock her up. Elm Grove Nancy. I'm short and sweet. Sports Icon. I can do it. Elm Grove Misty. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing. Sports Icon leaving out. On the rail, that's Locker up second. Third into the turn is Elm Grove Nancy. I'm short and sweet away fourth. Fifth is I Can Do It. Then the trailer, that is Elm Grove Misty. So they got pylon positions real early in here. And Sports Icon for Patrick Shepard by 3 lengths in the early going. Fourth at the rail. On the inside goes Locker up second. Then racing from third is Elm Grove Nancy. Fourth on the cones, I'm short and sweet. Followed then by I Can Do It. And trailing this field, Elm Grove Misty. They arrived at the opening quarter. Sports Icon the leader in 30-2. Tracking along in the 2-hole is Locker Up. Elm Grove Nancy around the turn has third. Fourth at the rail is I'm Short and Sweet. Then racing from fifth, I Can Do It. There goes Elm Grove Misty to the outside from six. Down the stretch they come, and they have the half mile in their sights. Led to the midway point by Sports Icon. In the 2-hole is Locker Up. Elm Grove Nancy continuing third. Picking up fourth on the outside is Elm Grove Misty. I'm Short and Sweet riding the rail fifth. On the outside six, I Can Do It. The half in 101 flat. Onward they go to the 5/8 next. 2 lengths out in front for Sports Icon. Locker Up is second. Elm Grove Nancy third. Moving up fourth on the outside is Elm Grove Misty. Fifth at the rail is I Can Do It. Now trailing the field, I'm Short and Sweet. 3/4 next. Getting them there. Sports Icon. In at the rail giving chase second is Locker Up. Elm Grove Nancy goes third. Back fourth along the inside. I Can Do It. Fifth on the outside is Elm Grove Misty. I'm Short and Sweet is the trailer. The 3/4 in 1:32-1 in the home stretch now. Sports Icon looking to see it through. Locker Up along the rail. Elm Grove Nancy on the wire. Sports Icon and Patrick Shepard all the way. Locker Up second. Third is Elm Grove Nancy. 2-0-3-3.
Sports Icon now makes it 3 in a row. No mistake from Patrick Shepard here today. They went swinging off the gate to the front and did not look back. Put up pretty good fractions, 30-2, half in 101, 3/4, 132-1. A real good effort from the one Locker Up, who had that nice pocket ride. As I mentioned in the post-time picks, reunited with Hughes here. They seem to get along good together, and they are going to get the deuce in here, but Sports Icon does deliver as the chalk, getting it done on the off track. 2-0-3-3. Sports Icon and Shepard back in the winner's circle next.
Sports Icon arriving at the 7th race winner's circle. Pacing mare 9 years. The daughter of Sports Rider is off the Camlock Dam. Twinbee Tory, owned by Martin Keffer from Elmwood, Ontario. Bred by Thomas and Elizabeth Rankin of Ontario. Trained by Harold Shepard. Patrick Shepard put the veteran mare on top at every call. Gets her 3rd consecutive victory today, 2-0-3-3. Sports Icon in the 7th.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results from the 7th race. Locker Up was 2nd. Elm Grove Nancy 3rd. I'm Short and Sweet 6th. Sports Icon the winner. I Can Do It 4th. Elm Grove Misty 5th. Fractions of 30 and 2. 101. 132 and 1. And the mile 203 and 3. From the top, your program reads 236 145. Sports Icon paid $2.10. The exactor $6. Triactor $10.60. Superfecta $3.16.
Dark Horse, the first legal sports betting app in Canada, also allows users to stream the races right in the app for immediate action, and users can play for free or bet with real money. Check out the app Dark Horse, available in the App Store. Here's a look at the selections for the upcoming 8th race. We are 8 away from race 8. I'm going to go with a 1-6-2. I like Nassau Hanover. I thought that was a great acclimating mile. He got the old Charlottetown shuffle last week. I showed the replay in the pre-game. He was sitting 2 at the half behind Woodmere Sheldon, and Woodmere Sheldon kind of let go there, and Dowling and Nassau Hanover got shuffled right to the back, angled out at the 3/4 pole, and closed home well to finish 4th. Sharp closer, 28-4 on that day. So I like him on top. I do like Melanie's Magic and McPherson, but from post 6, I think they're going to have their work cut out for them. I do like the 2 as well, David Lloyd George and Brett LeBlanc. So I'm going 1-6-2, classifier's choice, matching strides at 1-6-2. We are 7 away from the 8th. Post parade will be coming up in a moment.
Nassau Hanover on the 8th race parade, owned by Brittany Dowling, Albert Hickox, and Claire Murphy. David Dowling, training and driving. 2 is David Lloyd George, owned by Harold LeBlanc Jr., Keegan Madden, and Sienna Forens of Nova Scotia. Brett LeBlanc trains and drives. Number 3, Pictonian Storm, owned by Tammy Collings of Hazelbrook. Tammy does the training. Damian McClellan drives. 4 is Big Boy Hill, owned by Eric Taylor, Luke Much of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Kenny Murphy. 5, Woodmere Sheldon, Jason Hughes, training and driving for owner Wendell Gregory of New Dominion. Number 6 is Melanie's Magic, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague. The trainer-driver is Corey McPherson. There's 4 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Congratulations to Jason Hughes, who is a finalist for the O'Brien Award for horsemanship. Kurt returns with a closer look at his brother's 2023 season, and what a year it was for the Blue Knight.
Absolutely, Vance. A spectacular year, career year in the bike and on the trainer side. In 2023, the PEI-based horseman Jason Hughes enjoyed a career season not only on the driving side but the training side as well. And on the training side, Hughes amassed a career best of $383,490 in earnings, doubling his previous best. He sent out 88 winners from 441 starts and had a UTRS of 333. And the Stratford resident enjoyed similar success in the bike as well, totaling $725,763 in purse money. And Hughes had a busy 2023 season with 930 drives and visited the winner's circle 180 times. And some of his stable standouts include top 2-year-old colt Tobin's Brownie, one of the top 2-year-old fillies, and She's Just Misunderstood, top mares Sugar Bowl and Ace 44 Dome, and top invitational pacer in B2B. So congratulations to Jason on the outstanding season, and he will be joined by Mark Etzel as finalists of the O'Brien Award of Horsemanship. I keep talking Jason up. He's going to have to be fitted for a new driver's helmet. His head might be getting too big as we work on race 8 here. 2 minutes to post. There's my top play, Nassau Hanover, out of the David Dowling stable. As I mentioned, this guy got the old shuffle last week from the rail. He sat too early, had to angle out at the 3/4 pole. His momentum was completely slowed at that point, but he kicked into gear and rallied to be 4th in 59, a strong acclimating mile here in Charlottetown in his debut. So I think he can get the job done again from the rail this week. 3-2 currently. Melanie's Magic, another good option here. If this guy drew inside, he'd be pretty close to my top pick. I'm going to put him for second here, drawing outside post 6. They had a nice bounce back effort. This guy kind of flattened out over the last few starts, but last week, what a nice effort there. 3rd and 57 in behind Spicy P and Elroy Shiner. 28 and 4, actually, that was 2 weeks ago. And so this guy with a little break last week, we'll see how he does here from post 6, 3-1. David Lloyd George with post 2. Brett LeBlanc, trainer and driver, already a win on the card with his mare bumping the road, and got a good shot here at hitting the ticket from an inside draw. As you can see, they had post 7, got away 9 by 11 last week. Still rallied to be 5th, only beaten 3 1/4 lengths in 201 and 4. This one has sharp closing quarters as well. 28 and 4, 2 back, 29 and 3 the week before. How about that Herculean effort down at the bottom line? Parked the entire mile, finishing 3rd in 58 1. So David Lloyd George should get a good trip from this inside draw, 2-1. The starters for race 8 are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Nassau Hanover, David Lloyd George, Pictonian Storm, Big Boy Hill, Woodmere Sheldon, Melody's Magic, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Off and pacing with a host of levers. Nassau Hanover on the rail, Big Boy Hill. Then between horses, David Lloyd George, and to their outside, Melanie's Magic leaves out fourth. Fifth on the turn, Pictonian Storm. Then the early trailer is Woodmere Sheldon. On the backstretch they go, and Dowling has pointed. Nassau Hanover right on the choo-choo. Racing from second, that's David Lloyd George. Third on the rail is Big Boy Hill. Racing from fourth, Melanie's Magic. Pictonian Storm is in fifth. Trailing the field is Woodmere Sheldon. On by the first quarter mile, and it's Nassau Hanover, the fraction setter, 30 and 1 opened it up. David Lloyd George in the 2-hole, third half the rail. That is Big Boy Hill. Racing from fourth on the cones is Melanie's Magic. Pictonian Storm goes fifth, and Woodmere Sheldon is sixth. They arrive at the half mile in straight alignment, and that's Nassau Hanover, the midway point leader. Right there in the 2-hole is David Lloyd George. Third up the rail, Big Boy Hill, the half in 1:01 and 4. Racing from fourth around the turn is Melanie's Magic. Moving fifth on the outside is Woodmere Sheldon. Now the trailer, that is Pictonian Storm. On the backstretch for the final time, going to 3/4, Nassau Hanover continuing to lead. David Lloyd George from the outside, Big Boy Hill is third. Racing from fourth, Melanie's Magic. Up the inside, Pictonian Storm regains fifth. Trailing on the outside, Woodmere Sheldon. They were 3/4 home in 1:32 and 1, just an eighth of a mile out. Nassau Hanover looking to see it through. David Lloyd George coming to the outside. Big Boy Hill third. Deep stretch now, and here's David Lloyd George, and he'll double up. Brett LeBlanc racing for second. That'll go to Nassau Hanover. Rallying third, Pictonian Storm. 2:01 and 4.
What a day for trainer-driver Brett LeBlanc as he doubles up here this time with David Lloyd George. Got a perfect pocket ride. My top play, Nassau Hanover. I knew I was in trouble when Dowling was working on him there, heading to the 3/4 pole, and they were not getting any daylight on the field. David Lloyd George was looming bold for LeBlanc, and he pulls him out at the top of the stretch. He's going to go right on by and get the job done here. Nice trip, 2:01 and 4 as LeBlanc doubles up here at Red Shores.
Big afternoon for Team LeBlanc here in the 8th race. David Lloyd George will take him to the winner's circle. Big pacing gelding, he's 7 by American Ideal. From the Arts Place Dam, Winsun Celestial, owned by Harold LeBlanc Jr., Keegan Madam, and Sienna Florence of Nova Scotia, bred by Winsun Farm of Uxbridge, Ontario. Trainer Brett LeBlanc, driver Brett LeBlanc. He's got doubles all around today. Time for the mile in 2:01 and 4. David Lloyd George will capture his 15th lifetime victory on this sloppy afternoon at Charlottetown. Here's the official results in race 8. Nassau Hanover was second. David Lloyd George, the race winner. Pictonian Storm, third. Big Boy Hill, fourth. Woodmere Sheldon was sixth. Melanie's Magic finished fifth. Fractions of 30 and 1, 101 and 4, 132 and 1, and the mile 201 and 4. From the top, your program reads 213, 465. David Lloyd George returning 510. The exactor 2280, the tractor 5190, and the superfecta was 1561. Ladies and gentlemen, updating on the track condition. It continues to be sloppy. Now there is a 3-second variant. Sloppy track, 3-second variant.
Nice win by Brett LeBlanc with David Lloyd George there in race 8. Brett LeBlanc with the training driving double on the card. I was talking about Jason, and I was listing his top horses in his stable there prior to that race, and I was looking ahead to race 11 and Tobin's Brownie. I mentioned her instead of the colt he had, Tobin's Chester. Anyway, someone pointed that out, so thanks for pointing that out as we talk about special events here at Red Shores. Red Shores Charlottetown on the top of the park. A restaurant will be offering a new and exciting lineup of special events called Park After Dark, which include comedy nights, live performances, dinner presentations, and more. Stay up to date on these special events at Redshores.ca or follow us on our social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Red Shores is Atlantic Canada's premier entertainment destination. As we take a look at race 9, we are 7 away from race 9. It is a good look at our filly mares preferred 2 in here. I'm going to go with a 4-5-3, classifier's choice 4-3-5. I like Sugar Bowl to get it done with Mark Braley doing the driving this week. Mark and Jason have been flip-flopping catch drives aboard those top two mares, and I think Sugar Bowl with the inside advantage this week gets the top call out of the Jason Hughes stable. I do like her stablemate Ace 44 Dome. I think she's going to have a good effort here this week, and I do like Chelsea off that big effort last week on the front end, just missing at the wire. Nice trip though, second and 58 and change. So I'm at 4-5-3 again, classifier's choice 4-3-5. Post braid is next.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Today valued at $450. The winning number will be C1376652. The afternoon's 50-50 winning number for $450, C1376652. Good luck. Preferred mares for the ninth race are on the track for Post Parade. Atlantic Star, number 1, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Arsenault driving. Number 2 is Stone Beach Lily, owned by Trish Hardy of Georgetown, trained by Todd Hardy. Kenny Murphy driving. Number 3, Chelsea, owned by Jeff Skinner of Hammond Plains and Bob Skinner of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Corey McPherson drives. 4, Sugar Bowl, owned by Tommy Collins and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart, trained by Jason Hughes. Mark Bradley driving. Jason Hughes is the trainer-driver. Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, the owner. Number 5 is Ace 44 Dome. There's 4 minutes wagering time on the afternoon's 9th race. We're just 1 week away from the 35th edition of the O'Brien Awards in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Good luck to all the finalists and those with PEI connections. They include Ashley Gamester, Andrew Ward, James McDonald, Dr. Ian Moore, Jason Hughes, Curtis McDonald, and horses Stockade Sealster, and so much more.
Yes, congrats to those connections. Ashley and Andrew up for Groom of the Year. James, top driver. Doc Moore up for top trainer. Jason for the Horsemanship Award. And Curtis for the Media Award for his great show that he did for the Hambletonian. Also in that category is the Pepsi North America Cup. Both shows hosted by also Island native Greg Blanchard. He was on both of those shows, so congrats to all those connections, along with the horses. As Vance mentioned, Stockade Sealster up for Colt of the Year and Mare of the Year. So much more is also in that category. So congrats to all connections and good luck next week at the awards as we move out onto the track here for race 9. Filly Mare Preferred 2 and my top place, Sugar Bowl, owned by Tommy Collins and Brian McPhee. Out of the Jason Hughes stable, Mark Braley getting the call this week. They had a perfect pocket trip last week out, and there was some hot fractions early in that one as Ace 44 Dome stablemate pressured the fraction setter Chelsea on that day, and Sugar Bowl was able to slip up the pass lane and get the job done. 56-1 for Hughes. 28-3. They got it done, and so I think they can go back to back. Mark Braley on board this week. 3-2 currently. Ace 44 Dome got it done in the front end, 3 back. Got it done from off the pace, 2 back, and in a tough trip last time out, as I mentioned, first ups. But they did reel up those 2 nice wins. Braley on board for the trip on the front end. Hughes on board for that trip from off the pace. We'll see what kind of trip they work out. They got lots of weapons in their arsenal, as this mare is very versatile. So Ace 44 Dome, a nice play, and currently getting the slight nod on the board at even money. Chelsky put up all the road work there last week on the front end for McPherson out of the Hot Gen Doyle stable. Jeff Skinner of Hammond's Plains and Robert Skinner of Churro share ownership of this 7-year-old mare by Roll With It Harry, and she just got collared late by Sugar Bowl. 56-2 was the mile, 29 flat final panel. Chelsky, another mare that comes to play each and every week. I really like her, and I think she can be part of this ticket. Currently a nice price at 5-2. Pretty good group of preferred 2 mares lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center's starting gate. It's post time for the 9th. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
And Kurt, not too often at this time of year do the preferred mares hang around, but they're making themselves present here at Charlottetown. The preferred mares here in the 9th. They line up. Atlantic Star, Stone Beach Lily, Chelsky, Super Bowl, Ace 44 Dome. Here they come. Rough and pacing Sugar Bowl leaves out on the rail. That's Atlantic Star. Chelsky is third into the turn. Ace 44 Dome got away fourth. And then the trailer will be Stone Beach Lily in fifth. As they arrive at the 8th pole, Sugar Bowl's on the outside leading it. On the rail, that's Atlantic Star taking her on here in the early going. A little to it and add it and to it on the front end. And there goes Chelsky to the outside from third. Back into fourth is Ace 44 Dome, trailing the field fifth. Stone Beach Lily, they're at the opening quarter in a solid one on this track. 28 and 2. Sugar Bowl and Bradley the leader. Chelsea has committed herself early, and she's parked out. Third up the rail, Atlantic Star, racing from 4th. That's Ace 44 Dome. Trailing the field 5th is Stone Beach Lily. They're halfway home, and a good old-fashioned brouhaha going on the front end here. That's Sugar Bowl giving it to Chelsea. Third up the rail, Atlantic Star. There goes Ace 44 Dome to the outside 4th. Stone Beach Lily trailing 5th. 57 and 4. That's an incredible opening half mile. Up the backstretch they go for the final time. The leader at the rail, Sugar Bowl. Chelsea on the outside second. Third on the cones, Atlantic Star. Ace 44 Dome on the outside 4th. Trailing, but she's not out of it. That is Stone Beach Lily. 3/4 in 1. 29 and 4. Good rating by Bradley here in the third quarter. 1/8 of a mile out. Sugar Bowl along the rail. Ace 44 Dome coming up now to take over. And they're in deep stretch. Now, here's the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes and Ace 44 Dome in the preferred mares. Sugar Bowl held second. Stone Beach Lily rallied third. 2 minutes. But
Okay, Sugar Bowl put on the front end here for Bradley, and Bradley won at the front and left Chelsea and McPherson out for the long trip here as they put up fractions 28 and 2, 57 and 4. A big trip here on the off track, 129 and 4. They're getting a little tired, but setting it up second over was Sugar Bowl's stablemate Ace 44 Dome and Hughes. They're going to tip 3 wide, and they're going to reel them in here in deep stretch. Ace 44 Dome picks up her third win from her last 4 starts. Her stablemate Sugar Bowl and Bradley complete the shake and bake exactor. And how about Stone Beach Lily getting in there for third for Kenny Murphy? It's Ace 44 Dome to win the 9th here at Red Shores.
Ace 44 Dome to the 9th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing mare, she's 7 by Up the Credit. Off the Island Fantasy Dam, Gaylin Fantasy on McDonald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, bred by Colin Densley of Burroughs, Ontario. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, training and driving for the mare. She'll topple $200,000 in career earnings on this day as she goes on to victory in 2 minutes flat. Ace 44 Dome and the Blue Knight Hughes in the preferred mares. Here's the official results from the 9th race. Atlantic Star 4th. Stone Beach Lily 3rd. Chelsea finished 5th. Sugar Bowl was 2nd. Ace 44 Dome, the race winner. The fractions were up in 28 and 2. 57 and 4. 129 and 4. And the mile 2 minutes. In review, 435 to 1. Ace 44 Dome at $6.50. The exactor $11. Triactor $51.60. And the superfecta $11.89.
9 minutes
Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcast network, and our broadcast features exciting action and camera angles in HD, commentary and interviews, special segments, and more. Race Day sponsorship packages now available for the 2024 season, and they include billboards, race program ads, and Race Day TV commercials for breeders, ownership groups, or businesses. Race Day also offers race series, paddock cam, and more. Contact Lee Drake, manager of racing and broadcast at Red Shores. Seven away from a race number 10 here this afternoon. I'm going to go with a 3-6-2, classifier's choice 4-6-3. I think the old veteran, You're My Heartthrob, from this inside draw can get back to the front, and he's been racing pretty good over this last 5 starts. He was in for a tough trip 3 back from post 8, where he was parked the entire mile and still hung on for second. He's been good lately, so I'm going to put him on top. I do like the 6 Poplar Artie and the 2 Jetster and Hughes. I think they're going to get a good trip from this inside draw. Classifier's choice again, 4-6-3. Horses are moving in the paddock. The post parade is next.
Tenth race on post parade. Number 1 is One Rock, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall. Nick Oakes trains and drives. Number 2, Jetster, owned and trained by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Jason Hughes. You're My Heartthrob, number 3, is owned by Brittany Dowling of Springvale and Claire Murphy of Millvale. Trained and driven by David Dowling. Power of 4. Where's number 4? Owned and trained by Erwin Neal of Charlottetown. Kenny Murphy driving. 5 is Hamac Augustus, owned by Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield. Trained by Earl Watts. Patrick Shepard. Poplar Artie 6, owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford. Trained by Lenny Myers. The drive goes to Corey McPherson. Number 7 is Brookdale Aldi, owned by Gary Ford of Stratford and Melinda Stead of Wheatley River, trained by Bon Doyle. Kenny Arsenault in the sulky. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 10, Governor's Plate 56, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, is slated for Saturday, July 20th, with a new post time of 4 p.m.
3 away from the 10th. Horses are on track. There's my top play. You're My Heartthrob. Coming out of the David Dowling stable. This guy loves the front end and has gotten to the front end in his last 2. He was a winner 2 back, 59 and 2. And then last week he got collared by a really nice horse in Logan Behold. But it was still a really nice effort there in this 5,000 claiming tag. So You're My Heartthrob from this inside draw again this week. I think they're probably going to set up shop on the front. There's some inside speed there with Jetster, but I think Hughes might elect to sit 2 here in this race. So I like You're My Heartthrob on top at 4 to 5. Poplar already hit the board last week down at that non-winners 1,051 last 5, and now he's in the non-winners the 605 last 5 optional 5,000 claimer, and he is post 6 here today. Corey McPherson on board. Last week they were first up and again hit the board there, finishing 3rd by 3 lengths in 59 flat. So I'm looking for maybe a similar trip this week. They're going to have to do the heavy lifting on the outside. Poplar Artie, though, a good play for your exotic wagers, 4 to 1. And there is Jetster, another classy veteran here. Jason Hughes getting the call here for Stanley Harper Jr. They were winner on the front end, down at the bottom level, 351s, 2 starts back from the rail, 59 and 2. Jumped up there to the optional 7,000 claimer last week. Had the rail, but tried to chase Elroy, Shiner, and Sunseeker last week. Gapped in that 3-hole and ended up fading to 5th at the wire, 2 minutes 3/5. So in for 5 here today with this inside draw. I'm looking for another trip up close to the lead, and I think they can hit the ticket from there, 7 to 1. .35 seconds countdown clock is in here for race 10. Starters are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
One Rock, Jetster, You're My Heartthrob, Power of 4, Halmack Augustus, Poplar Artie, Brookdale, Ollie on the outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing, Jetster and You're My Heartthrob are the first two out. On the rail, one rock into the turn away third. Power of Four goes fourth. Coming fifth from the outside is Hamac Augustus. Around the turn, Poplar Artie sixth. Then the trailer, that is Brookdale Ollie. Shoulder quarter pole bound. You're My Heartthrob for David Dowling. On the engine, Jetster races from second. One rock at away third. Racing from fourth on the cones is Hamac Augustus. Fifth up the rail, that is the Power of Four. Racing from sixth, Poplar Artie. And there goes Brookdale Ollie to the outside from seventh. 30-3 was the opening quarter. You're My Heartthrob midway around the upper turn for time one. Has a 2-length lead at the 3/8. Racing from second is Jetster. Now on the move in the outside third. Hamac Augustus underway. Fourth at the rail, that is One Rock. Moving up fifth from the outside is Brookdale Ollie. On the cone sixth, that's Power of Four. And on the outside seventh is Poplar Artie. They're halfway home in the 10th. You're My Heartthrob, the midway point leader in 102-2. Racing from second is Jetster. Third from the outside is Hamac Augustus. One rock on the rail goes fourth. Brookdale Ollie is taken over fifth. Power of Four along the rail sixth. On the outside seventh. Poplar Artie, the three-quarters is next. They're halfway on the back stretch for the final time. You're My Heartthrob has a 2-length lead on Jetster. Hamac Augustus now third. Fourth at the rail is One Rock. Brookdale Ollie going three wide fifth. Power of Four sixth. Poplar Artie seventh. Three-quarters, they were there in 1:32-4, and it's all You're My Heartthrob in here. Jetster is second. Battle on for the show prize. Hamac Augustus there. On the wire next, You're My Heartthrob in line to David Dowling. Second is Jetster. Hamac Augustus will finish third in 2-2.
Well, a perfectly rated mile here by Dowling as he basically took the backfield out of the race here with 30-3, 102-2 to the half, and that kind of sealed it for the backfield here as You're My Heartthrob and Dowling step on the gas pedal in the back half, throwing a back half at them on the off track in a minute flat for a nice mile, 2:02 and 2. Jetster had that great two-hole ride. They're going to finish second with Hamac Augustus and Shepherd grinding it out first up. They're going to settle for the show dough. But You're My Heartthrob gets it done for his 26th lifetime win.
Here comes You're My Heartthrob to the 10th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding, he's 9 by Some Heartthrob. Off of the Cam's Card Shark Dam. You're on a roll. Owned by Brittany Dowling of Springvale and Claire Murphy from Millvale. Bred by Team Wilfong of Indiana. Trained and driven to victory by David Dowling. The mile in 2:02 and 2. You're My Heartthrob wires the 10th. Now the official results from race 10. One Rock was 7th. Jetster finished 2nd. You're My Heartthrob, the race winner. Power of 4, 6th. Hamac Augustus 3rd. Poplar Artie 5th. Brookdale Ollie finished 4th. Fractions were 30 and 3. 102 and 2. 132 and 4. And the mile 202 and 2. In review, it's 7-2-1, 6-3-5-4. You're My Heartthrob paid $3.10 to win. The Exactor $14.60, Triactor $57.60, and the Superfecta $32.60.
Tickets are now available for the Red Shores Island Kitchen Party in the Eastlink Center. You can join us Friday on February 2nd and enjoy an evening at Red Shores Charlottetown celebrating the O'Brien Awards weekend with racing, live music, food, and fun. And this includes a race day viewing party. Tickets are $20 plus taxes and fees. For details and tickets, go to Redshores.ca. Okay, there she is now, Tobin's Brownie in this 11th race. Talking about her colt at Jason Head, her brother, Tobin's Chester. He had a fantastic 2-year-old campaign, and this really nice family. Comes from a really nice broodmare, Putnam McKenzie, who is a really nice mare herself. And this is a 6-year-old mare by Stonebridge Terror. Second last week in 2 minutes. In behind Elm Grove Mistress, but this week I think the tables will be turned. I think Tobin's Brownie can get off the gate well enough to maybe cut the mile this week, but Elm Grove Mistress does have that incredible gate speed, as you can see on her lines. She's either sitting first or second each and every week, and they've reeled off 5 in a row, Jason Hughes and Elm Grove Mistress, so they will be tough to beat, but I'm going to put her in the play spot this week. I like 3-7-1. Classifier's choice 7-3-4 here in the 11th.
Counter Currency leads the 11th race on Post Parade, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignis, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet driving. Number 2, Traces of Purple, Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Robert Phillips, lose route 204. Number 3, Tobin's Brownie is owned by Brittany Dowling, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne of Springvale. Trainer-driver is David Dowling. 4, Heather's Pet, owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, Corey McPherson drives. 5, Nanny Bernice, owned and trained by Janice Hubbard of St. John, New Brunswick, Adam Murner. Number 6 is Pretty Blue Angel, owned by Jay Noy of Clyde River and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta. Jay does the training. Mark Bradley drives. Number 7 is Elm Grove Mistress, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Jason Hughes above the wheels. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Time now for another edition of 60 Seconds or Less. Today's guest is driver Mark Bradley.
Now time for 60 Seconds or Less with Peter McPhee.
Today it's Mark Bradley in the hot seat. Mark, we'll get right to it. Name your favorite professional sports team.
Edmonton Oilers.
And what's the one sporting event you'd like to see in person?
I'd love to see the Masters in Augusta.
Who is your favorite singer or band?
I like Eric Church, actually.
What are the top 2 songs on your phone?
Let's go with Hell of a View and Beautiful Crazy.
Give us 3 people you'd like to have dinner with.
I'm going to go with Bill O'Donnell, Mike Weir, and Connor McDavid.
Good selections. Where is your favorite holiday destination?
Dominican.
Can you give us 1 or 2 horses that have been your favorite of all time?
Formula Fair for sure is 1. Maybe a tie for 2nd between Half Cut and Outlaw Independence.
Besides driving horses, what would your dream job be?
Professional golfer.
And would you rather call a race or guest host on race day?
I think guest host on race day.
Could you pick more winners than Kurt Hughes?
For sure.
Thanks for watching 60 Seconds or Less.
No shot at that happening. He can't pick more winners than me, but he is a pretty good golfer, much better golfer than I am. I've golfed many times with Mr. Bradley, and he hits them nice and low and straight. He is a heck of a golfer. And his Oilers, congrats to his Oilers. They are on a winning streak, 15-game winning streak for oil country. So thanks to Mark Bradley for doing that 60 seconds or less segment with Peter McPhee. Back out onto the track we go here for race 11. We are 2 minutes away from post time. There's a look at my top pick, Tobin's Brownie. Got to the front, a little give and go with Elm Grove Mistress last week, sat in the pocket and finished back a half a length at the wire, 2 minutes flat. Leaving from post 3 today, I think they're going to get the inside advantage, get to the front, and I think they are going to control things and control their own destiny. And if they get the right fractions, they could go all the way. That's the way I see it setting up. Tobin's Brownie, top pick here at 1-4. This mare will have something to say about that, though, and she is looking to keep her winning streak intact here as she's reeled off 5 in a row. She's been so dominant at this optional 10 to 12,000 claimer, and she was a nice winner there by a half a length, like I mentioned last week in 2 minutes. A winner by 3, 2 back in 58 and 2, and again a few wins prior to that. But with post 7 here today, I think she'll have her work cut out for her here to get to the front, and so I think I can see them setting up shop, maybe in the 2 hole here, tracking along behind Tobin's Brownie. So I like her for 2nd on my ticket, 5-2. A lot of good options for 3rd. Trace of Purple and Heather's Pet have a good shot to hit the ticket. Pretty Blue Angel also has a nice shot. Nanny Bernice But I've elected to go with the mare On the Rail coming out of the hot Jeff Holmes stable, and Brady Sweet driving. They did the rail last week, and they cut the mile and finished second by a neck to Stone Beach Lily. So this mare's been really good in her last 6, and I think they can grab the show dough in here at 11-1. Filly mare is lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for today's 11th race. Back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Counter Currency, Traces of Purple. Tobin's Brownie, Heather's Pet, Nanny Bernice. Pretty Blue Angel, Elm Grove Mistress on the outside this time around. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing Tobin's Brownie leaves out. Elm Grove Mistress from the far outside. Encounter Currency on the rail. Third one to the turn. Dropping in fourth is Traces of Purple. Fifth is Heather's Pet. From the outside sixth is Pretty Blue Angel. Early trailer in seventh. That is Nanny Bernice. On the backstretch they go. An early movement here. There goes Tobin's Brownie to pop out of the 2-hole. And Dowling marches her right on to the lead. And racing from second is Elm Grove Mistress. Then in third, along the inside, is Counter Currency. Not a lot of step in here for movement, and there goes the inquiry sign. Race number 11 is under an inquiry. They were at the quarter in 30-2. Tobin's Brownie made the lead. Now to her outside. Pretty Blue Angel is up to challenge that leader. Racing from third up the rail is Elm Grove Mistress. Coming out of the turn fourth is Counter Currency. Going to the outside fifth is Traces of Purple. 6 on the outside is Heather's Pet. Trailing up the rail seventh, that is Nanny Bernice. At the midway point, Tobin's Brownie getting him halfway home in a very comfortable 102-4. That was 32-2 in the second quarter, and we had all kinds of movement in here. Arriving at the 5/8, it's Tobin's Brownie the leader. To her outside, Pretty Blue Angel is second. In the pocket third, Elm Grove Mistress. Fourth on the outside is Traces of Purple. All the tempo's picking up now as Dowling starts to sit up on Tobin's Brownie by 2. And they were 3/4 home in a 134. Tobin's Brownie on the lead. Elm Grove Mistress now second. Pretty Blue Angel third. Counter Currency fourth. They're homeward bound now. And it's Tobin's Brownie turning home the leader. Elm Grove Mistress and the streak on the line. They're in deep. Stretch now. Coming to the wire. Tobin's Brownie for David Dowling will win. Second, Elm Grove Mistress. Pretty Blue Angel third. 2-0. 2-4. Closing it out. 28-4. Ladies and gentlemen, the 11th race judges' inquiry involves the conduct of the race going to the first quarter mile. Please retain your tickets.
Okay, so an inquiry here. Hold on to all tickets. And Tobin's Brownie and Elm Grove Mistress, a little give and go this time. Rolls reverse as Tobin's Brownie back to the front, and Dowling shut it down as they were going by the 5/8 turn. They were almost at a nice jog pace because when Dowling stepped on the gas pedal, halfway up the backstretch, he's still got a big third quarter breather, getting to the 3/4 in 134, and he steps it up in the final panel as she's rocking and rolling to the wire, 28-4 on the off track. She gets it done on the front. The 7 Elm Grove Mistress her winning streak comes to an end as she finishes a good second, and the 6 Pretty Blue Angel, who came first up, although pretty soft fractions there in the middle half, is able to hang on to third at long odds for Bradley. So hold on to all tickets, but it's 3-7-6 unofficially here in the 11th. Okay, they're looking at racing action here. The judges, that's why the inquiry light is up. Racing action here as they're heading to the quarter. So hold on to all tickets here in this 11th race.
Ladies and gentlemen, the racing official will be parading number 3, Tobin's Brownie, to the winner's circle. Now arriving at the 11th race winner's circle, number 3, Tobin's Brownie, bay pacing mare 6 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the Grin from Ear to Ear Dam, Putnam Mackenzie. Owned by Brittany Dowling, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne. From Springvale, bred by Wendell Williams of Ellerslie. David Dowling training and driving. Back-to-back for David for doubles, and the mare has her 30th lifetime victory today. The mile 2:02 and 4. Tobin's Brownie and the Dowling double in the 11th.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the results of the 11th race judges' inquiry. Racing officials deemed that number 2, Traces of Purple, caused interference to numbers 4, 5, and 6. Traces of Purple finished 6th and will be placed 7th. Here's the official results now in race number 11. Counter Currency 4th. Traces of Purple finished 6th, was placed 7th for interference with numbers 4, 5 and 6 going to the opening quarter. Tobin's Brownie, the winner. Heather's Pet finished 7th, placed 6th. Nanny Bernice 5th. Pretty Blue Angel was 3rd. Elm Grove Mistress finished 2nd. The fractions were 30 and 2, 102 and 4, 134, and the mile in 202 and 4. In review after the placings, 4-7-1, 6-5, 3-2. Tobin's Brownie paid $270 to win. The Exactor $440, Triactor $25.60, and the Superfecta $650. Preferred Pacers for the 12th race on the track for Post Parade. Burnout Hanover number 1. Owned by the Orwell Bay Stable of Orwell. Trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet driving. Number 2, Laugh Again Hanover. Jason Hughes training and driving for owners Donald McRae, Blair and Eric McLaughlin. Owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Trained by Ronnie Matheson. David Dowling drives. Number 3, Blood Money. 4-man Terrio, owned by Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Damian McClellan up. Number 5 is Roll with Hottie Toddy, owned and trained by Trevor Hicken of Montague, Miles Heffernan above the wheels. down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12. And Kurt, once again, you and I come up with our selections in the Saturday afternoon feature preferred. And we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And I think it's a no-brainer in here in the 12th who you use on top, and that's got to be the 5 roll with Hottie Toddy. What a start to 2024 for trainer Trevor Hicken. He's 6 for 6. This horse has gone on to win 3 in a row very convincingly. I don't look for him to have much trouble getting to the winner's circle today. Going to go to 3, Blood Money. He was spent hard early last week around, and he tired late. And David Dowling, he returns on the driver's side. I'll look for him for the deuce. I like 4, My Ontario for 3rd. And for superfecta players, I'll throw in the Blue Knight Use and Laugh Again Hanover. I'm going 5, 3, 4, 2. Kurt, your choices.
I'm with you with roll with Hottie Toddy. I don't think there's any way this field can beat him. It doesn't really matter what kind of trip he works out. He's going to get there. And I think he makes it 4 in a row. And Mr. Hicken continues to bat 1,000 here in 2024. I like Ontario right next door for 2nd. He was a good 2nd in his last 2, and I think that continues here today. And I'm going to round it out with Blood Money. I think they're going to bounce back. They had a tough trip on the front last week, paid it to 4th, and I think they're going to bounce back with it. Hit the ticket type trip here from maybe off the pace, because I think he likes that trip a little better than on the front end. Blood Money is my 3rd choice. I'm going 5, 4, 3 in here. You've heard Vance and I in our picks. Good luck with yours here in the feature. The field for the feature is lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 12. Upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
From the rail out. Burnout Hanover. Laugh again Hanover. Blood Money. Manterio. Roll with Hottie Toddy. Top of the stretch. Here they come. It's the Saturday afternoon featured preferred. Post time. Often facing Burnout Hanover along the rail is leaving out. Roll with Hottie Toddy comes from the outside second. Third one to the turn. That is Lap Again Hanover. Racing from fourth is Blood Money. Then the early trailer in fifth. Manterio. Soldier quarter pole bound. And here comes a Roll with Hottie Toddy. And Miles Heffernan Sr. They're about to clear the lead. Second, that's Burnout Hanover. Third up the rail is Lap Again Hanover. Blood Money races from fourth. Then fifth and trailing, that is Manterio. On by the first quarter mile, Roll with Hottie Toddy now in control, off at 29 and 4 opener. Two-hole ride belongs to the longest shot on the board. That's Burnout Hanover. Lap Again Hanover comes out of the turn third. Blood Money continues fourth, and Manterio, he sees them all from fifth. Straight alignment at the midway point, and a Roll with Hottie Toddy halfway home. Second, Burnout Hanover. Continuing third is Lap Again Hanover. Blood Money has fourth, and Manterio fifth. 1 minute. 4 was the half. Midway into the paddock turn, approaching on the 5/8. Roll with Hottie Toddy continuing to lead. Positions are unchanged. Second is Burnout Hanover. Lap Again Hanover third. Going to the outside fourth is Blood Money. Coming in front of him went Lap Again Hanover. Trailing the field, Manterio. They arrive at 3/4. And Roll with Hottie Toddy by 2.5. Burnout Hanover all out giving chase. Up the inside comes Blood Money in third. They were 3/4 home in 1:30 and 3, 29 and 4 in the third, and down the home stretch now. And it's all Roll with Hottie Toddy. Give them 4 in a row, and Hicken remains perfect. Roll with Hottie Toddy and Miles Sr. Burnout Hanover held second. Blood Money up third. 1:58.4.
Roll with Hottie Toddy makes it 4 in a row. 5 wins in 1 second in his last 6. Pretty incredible run here late in early in 2024, but late in our season here as we are winding down, and he's making the most of it. And Hicken, how about that in the trainer's side, remaining perfect, getting the job done here in the feature with Roll with Hottie Toddy, half in a minute, 4/5, 1:30 and 3. How about that back half on the off track, 58 flat, closing quarter, 28 and 1. A real good trip for runner-up from Burnout Hanover, and Blood Money angles to the inside around the last turn and gets up for the show-dough with Dowling on board. So it's 5-1-3 unofficially here in the feature.
On his way to the 12th race winner's circle, the 5 entry, Roll with Hottie Toddy, Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Roll with It Harry, off the Western Paradise Dam Western Queen, owned by Trevor Hicken of Montague, bred by Todd and Trish Hardy of Nova Scotia. Trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan Sr. picks up the winning drive, give the horse his 4th consecutive victory. Today, 158-4, and he'll close it out in 28-1. Roll with Hottie Toddy in the preferred at Charlottetown. Now the official results in the 12th. Burnout Hanover was 2nd. Laugh Again Hanover 5th. Blood Money 3rd. Manterio 4th. Roll with Hottie Toddy, the race winner. They went 29-4, 1 minute 4, 1:30-3, and the mile 1:58-4. From the top, your program reads 25341. Roll with Hottie Toddy, paid $210. The exactor $13.60, triactor $61, and the superfecta was $8.74.
Red Shores Racing is proud to launch the new player portal, and this page has everything you need as a player in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. The new player portal now at Redshores.ca.
13th race on Post Parade, number 1, Hippie John, Kenny Arsenault, the trainer-driver for owner Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia. I'm a Looker 2, Where's number 2, owned by Robert Samar from Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet driving. Hamac Maximus 3, owned by Brett McDonald of Freelton, Ontario, trained by Tammy Collings, Damien McClellan driving. 4, Solid Silver, owned by Donald Beaton from Waikoma, Nova Scotia, trained by Stacy Dara, Adam Murner. 5 is Luckiest Man Alive, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Mike McGuigan, Jason Hughes, catch drives. Number 6 is Selkirk Echo, owned by Bobby Joe Matheson, Cheryl McFarland, and Zach McFarland, trained by Ron Matheson, today David Dowling. Number 7, Screen Test, owned by the Kick and Horse Stable of York and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta. The trainer-driver is Corey McPherson. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 13. Live racing returns next Friday night with a special 6 p.m. post time. We'll feature an evening at Red Shores as part of the O'Brien Awards weekend and the Island Kitchen Party following the live race card. Back down to Kurt with a super high 5 ticket to wrap up a Saturday afternoon at Red Shores.
Well, there's a look at our super high 5 tickets here to close it out at Red Shores. I'm going to go with a 25317. I think I'm a Looker 2. Was kind of out of place there from post 9 last time out and had to come first up and flattened out. But he's back on the gate this week with an inside draw, so I'm looking for a carbon copy trip to that start. 2 starts back where he had post 2 and he wired the field in 56 and 4. So I like him on top. I do like Lucky's Man Alive as well. They have good gate speed and should be forwardly placed with Hughes on board today, and they've been really good, winning 3 of their last 5. So I like Lucky's Man Alive for second. For third, I'm going to go with Hamac Maximus. Again, another really nice horse coming into this race in top form. 2 wins and 2 seconds in his last 4 starts, so I like him as well. And then the 1, Hippie John, I'm going to throw in for 4. Should get a good ground-saving trip from post 1, and I'm going to round out my super high 5 with Screen Test, the veteran, on the outside. He rallied to be third last week, just beat 3/4 of a length, and so I'm looking for another late rally again this week. 25317 for me.
No one has picked up the 450 in the 50-50 draw. C1376652. C1376652.
Good group to close it out here as the field lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Sloppy in 3 for the afternoon to close it out, Kurt. Weather-wise, nice temperatures, no winds. Wasn't a bad afternoon at all here at Charlottetown. We get set to close it out here this coming Friday, 6 o'clock post time. It's the 13th. They are all lined up. It's a super high 5. It's the finale, and it's post time. The rough and pacing from the middle, solid silver along the rail. I'm a looker too. Luckiest man alive, joining them on the outside third. Fourth up the rail is Hippie John. Between horses, fifth is Almac Maximus. Then racing from 6 on the turn is Selkirk Echo, and the early trailer is Green Tax. So positions are complete as they move up the backstretch. I'm a looker too for Brady Sweet is on the engine. Racing second at the rail is Solid Silver. Back into third, Luckiest Man Alive. Hippie John races from fourth as they move by the quarter off a sharp opener of 28 and 4. Racing from fifth is Halmac Maximus. Then in sixth, that's Selkirk Echo. Trailing this field seventh is Green Tax. Down the stretch for time 1. They have the half mile in their sights now. And on the lead, it's I'm a looker too. Solid Silver getting the 2-hole ride at long odds. All alone in third. That is Luckiest Man Alive. Hippie John on the rail fourth. Fifth on the outside is Halmac Maximus. Then it's Selkirk Echo and Green Tax. The trailer. They're rolling here in the nightcap. 57 and 3 consecutive 28 and 4 splits. Missionized on the front end. I'm a looker too. Opens by 3.5. Second, that is Solid Silver. Luckiest Man Alive third. Up into fourth, Halmac Maximus. On to take fifth, that is Selkirk Echo. Moving up sixth is Green Tax. Now Hippie John trailing the field. 3/4 up in 1:27 and 1, and they're homeward bound to close out the afternoon, led by I'm a looker too. Second, that is Solid Silver. Luckiest Man Alive. Halmac Maximus coming late, but it's I'm a looker too. Tripling up Brady Sweet and Jeff Holmes. Second goes to Halmac Maximus. Solid Silver third, and the trip was 1:57.4.
Well, no surprises here with this guy's nose on the gate here today. I thought Sweet and Holmes would be firing him off the gate, and Holmes had him ready to roll. Sweet put him on the front. 28 and 4, big half on this sloppy track. 57 and 3/4, 127 and 1, and he's going to bottom out the field and get it done here. 157 and 4. What a day for Holmes and Sweet as they get another win here to close down Charlottetown with I'm a looker too right on the front end. It is close in the place photo. Halmac Maximus may be up there for the Vance Cameron exactor. We'll wait to see the results of that photo. But the two, I'm a looker too, gets it done in the finale.
Well, Team Holmes is going to top off the afternoon with the training triple. Brady Sweet, he's going to pick up a driving triple. Here they are in the 13th with number 2, I'm a Looker 2. Pacing Brown Stallion 7 by Shadow Play from the Kamluk Dam Timel Extra. Owned by Robert Samara from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Bred by Fred Wolford of London, Ontario. Trainer Jeff Holmes with the triple. Driver Brady Sweet has the triple. And the horse goes coast to coast. Top trip of the day, 157 and 4. I'm a Looker 2 in the Super High 5. Tripling up Sweet and Holmes to close it out. Here's the official results now in the 13th. Tippy John was 7th. I'm a Looker 2, the race winner. Almac Maximus was 2nd. Solid Silver 3rd. Luckiest Man Alive 4th. Selkirk Echo finished 5th. Screen Test was 6th. The fractions were 28 and 4, 57 and 3, 127 and 1, and the mile 157 and 4. In review, it's 7-1-2, 3-4, 5-6. I'm a Looker 2, paid $5.50 to win. The Exactor 23.10, Triactor 137.90, the Late Daily Double 460, and the Super High 5 was out there in the 13th, paying $179.55, and that's going to complete our live presentation on this day here at Charlottetown. The afternoon's par mutual handle went $87,213. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.